Good morning, everyone. 1 second. How are we all doing? Jimmy's still just tracking with the market. VIX coming down though. I think we probably regain 4,200, which is now gamma neutral. Before JOLTS, right? So the next 18 minutes or so. I'm up 5% on my Boyle position. Time for it to die. Trading is fun. Congratulations, Dork. That's super awesome. Yeah, ES coming back up and testing the 1 standard deviation level. I'll get 0 DT data in a minute. Looks like a shitload of sold calls at 41.90, and then a little bit of call interest at 4,200, 4,205. Quite a lot of put interest at 41.75. Gork, even though you timed me out like a mini walk-in last night, I read the chat and you can never threaten to leave us or the cult will stalk you. Fuck. I did a regard 4,200. Okay, I mean, it's not that terrible. I have a 4,200 like straddle that I think I can get out of the upside of over the next, I don't know, 30 minutes or so. I like how you snuck that give me 1 second in there. I'm here. I see you. What's up, Amused? Macy's getting shorted to the dirt before earnings tomorrow. Possibly. Yeah. Their earnings might not be very good. It's actually kind of tough to say. I know Macy's has been pretty competitive, keeping, sale prices really low through the first quarter. Bloomingdale's as well. But I still think consumer like discretionary spending is down, so they're probably not going to do too well. I had 42.10 closed the put. Okay. Yeah, I haven't closed the put side of this. I'm definitely gonna keep carrying that, but I do intend to close the call side. Are the bulls spending a lot right now trying to regain gamma neutral? I mean, they should have some put capitulation to kind of help them lift to the upside. Like it looks like some of the 41.90 puts sold off there. There's still puts at 4,200, so I think any upside here is going to be kind of grindy, but there's still potential for it, right? Like, I don't think it's going to be super volatile or anything, unless they need it to be. Like if they can't regain 4,200 by the time JOLTS comes out, maybe not. Or they'll use the, like, uncertainty surrounding the data release to pump it. Chicago PMI came in at 40.4 today, below 44.47 consensus. Yeah, manufacturing is just contracting. I mean, globally too, right? It's not just the U.S. China's seeing China's PMI numbers were really bad last night also. Call side seems to be priced down. Yeah, it's except at the money. But yeah, I mean, we're below gamma neutral, right? So it makes sense. My July GME 30s are up 130% from where I bought at 18. Nice. You keep saying GME is just moving with the market. That's underselling it a bit, don't you think? Up 5% yesterday in a flat market. I mean, not really. I mean, they covered on GME yesterday, though. So I don't think I'm underselling it that much. The question is, what do they do with the liquidity that they got yesterday? Do we continue to realize liquidity? Or do they just use that liquidity to short it today when the market drops? When debt ceiling House vote? Today, right? When JPM rolls their short 4190Cs, we can expect to see price to bump a bit, no? I mean, that depends on our proximity to that strike, right? If we're nowhere near the 41, like the 4190 strike, then it's probably not going to have any effect. They don't have a lot of, like, delta left. They're zero DTEs as of today. Credit card debt just went above 1 trillion, new record. Healthy. We're not hurtling towards a credit crunch at all. Thanks, Carl. They will use it on earnings. I smell positive EPS again, but they will spin it and drive it to the ground. They didn't get that much liquidity. Let me be clear. Some liquidity was realized yesterday, but not a lot. Okay. Your shirt would look better on your bedroom floor, though. Zing. That's just, have a laundry basket, Carl. You think that when the debt ceiling passing news comes out, there will be another very short-lived pump, like an hour or so. There could be. Yeah. I don't think there's a lot of calls right now to support that, but yeah, there could be some exuberance. It could be longer than an hour too. How in the world are people going to pay student loans in 2 months when they can't pay their credit cards, overpriced house, and $700 car note with no job? Well, they won't. They'll start defaulting on one of those things. Probably the credit cards first. credit cards and personal loans, then cars, then houses after they get laid off from their jobs. When Nvidia downs, I don't know. There's a lot of call interest at 400. Maybe if it starts to break down from 400, or we get more sold calls at 400. I wouldn't really fuck with Nvidia till after the T+5 period's over from earnings, which is still 2 more days. Theta decay doesn't really affect in the money calls, right? I mean, it does, but less. So my 1750 upstart June 16 CCs won't lose value based on theta, only if the underlying drops substantially, right? They'll lose some value. I mean, ultimately, the final price of the option is 0, right? So minus extrinsic value. So they will, or plus extrinsic value. So they will lose some value to theta, just not a ton, right? Or the decay of theta is going to be, and that far in the money, it's going to be quite slow. You could always roll them up and out. So you could extend the expiration date and raise the strike. You'd still be in the money. You might be able to do it for a net credit at the current price. Or, you could get a put to cover some of the spread. Is there a chance Palantir drops 5 to 10% from these levels anytime soon? It's still so crazy pumpy. They have like a event this week, I believe tomorrow. So probably not till after that, at a minimum. Is this a cup and handle on the daily for Fubo? Let's see. Feb to May. Could be close. It's a little short for a cup and handle, but I don't know, it doesn't have quite enough pullback. Almost enough, though. We'd really want to see it hit like 145. It is a little short, though, for one. Like, the duration isn't very long. Generally, the cup is a minimum of like 3 months. Also, cup and handles are not reliable. They have a pretty even chance of breaking up as they do down. Don't they just send you new credit cards in the mail in the US? Infinite money glitch? Yeah, actually. So I watched a sumo wrestling documentary this morning. I learned so much about myself from how aroused I was from it. That series of defaults is certainly my current plan. Okay. What effect do you think rolling that many 4190 calls will have on price? It'll depend on our proximity to the price, and if we're under it or above it. Don't forget that immediately upon rolling, they're going to buy new puts and sell new calls, right? Hmm. Interesting. That is not getting particularly bullish. JOLTS in 4 minutes. We are nowhere near gamma neutral. What to do, what to do. Jimmy never read again. Hmm. Don't they give people with lower credit scores a better mortgage rate? There's some program for that, yeah. So what if a bunch of people just started maxing out the cards with the intention to default on them and then keep the house? I don't think the program's quite that widespread. Is rolling up or out better at a local high or low, or does it not matter? And if you can, like if you have puts, for instance, and you can, you know, close them on like the confirmation of a bounce and then buy them back at the top, you can save some money on re-entry. Generally speaking, you just roll them. Like it doesn't matter when you do it, but you can take advantage of it. Although you are basically just trying to trade the price action at that point. I was thinking wait until Monday on the upstart CC to get as much theta decay before trying to roll it up and out. Even if it comes down a bit, I could grab a July 21, 2250 CC break even. Okay. Yeah, I mean, I guess you're not going to get a lot of theta decay. I would say that the biggest risk there is you're going into the week of, well, I guess you're still about 2 weeks out. Your chances of assignment are probably still moderately low. Although the more time that passes, the higher your chance you just get assigned. One more minute till JOLTS. All right. Cup and handle on Fubo while there are Amazon rumors on a $42 buyout of it all coming together. Do you see Meta going down this week at any point? Yeah, it could. I think it depends on how much Treasury issuance we see into the end of this week. JOLTS data wasn't good, I guess. Let's see. All right, JOLTS. Even more job openings. Yeah, so job openings are up 10.10 million versus 9.74 previous. Up quite a bit. 260,000 or 235,000 new openings, roughly. Well, that's probably going to get a lot more bearish. 175 puts. Could they be waiting for the House vote to execute a pump for gamma neutral? What time is the House vote? Isn't the House vote after the trading hours today? Real money glitch. Max out cash advance on all credit cards. Deposit in bank for 2 months. Use money on down payment on home. Homestead exemption. Home. Declare bankruptcy. Well, now you can't do it because you talked about it online. My cost base is around 1250, so it wouldn't be catastrophic to be assigned, but would mean I'm not exposed till I can re-enter. Yeah, I mean, that happens. JOLTS job openings, 10.10 million April up from March. That's bullish as fuck. It's not, right? And yeah, first of all, it doesn't mean more unemployed or more employed. It can actually mean the opposite, right? But it also, it's completely counterproductive to the Fed's goal. I don't know. Now we have labor market showing even greater signs of strength and inflation rising. I think more than 0.25 is possible. House vote 6 p.m. Central today. Thank you, Covert Kitten. Do you think it's likely we see an afternoon pump today? I mean, I don't know. Right now the upside's not looking so hot. I'm not seeing any calls close. Like the 4200s, maybe a little bit. None of the positioning has really changed significantly yet, though. So we may just get some chop here and some repositioning. Yes, I mean, kind of got rejected, right? This is some support found at 4190, but weak. Hmm. Bad job data equals pumps. No, no, it doesn't. Consumer demand is still unusually high, right, Bob? So there's a lot of jobs. There's not enough people to work them either. There's a lot of people that opted for early retirement during the pandemic. Spy puts just priced up like 5%. Huh. Interesting. This is still... Let's still wait on this. All profitability is falling off. I think we still find support at some point here. Although it may be at like 41.75. A few more in the money calls selling off. Futures slipping a little bit. Let's see what NQ is doing. NQ got rejected on its bounce also. Although not quite as much sell side volume on it. Dixie moving up, yields rising. European markets are down about 85 BPS. Or the DAX is at least. Interesting. I don't know. I don't particularly like either direction here. I think it can still maybe bounce, but it might slip a little bit lower before it does. Well, longer time frames don't look very good. But on the shorter time frame, there's a little bit of a reversal signal. VIX isn't really moving up sufficiently. I'm just going to stay away from this for a minute. So that can't be fucking right. Hold on, I'm just trying to see. Good point. There's a fucking crossover here. No. I got nothing right now. The volume's really low. Maybe futures find support at 41.90. Although there's a pretty consistent drive to sell off here. Check DM. What do you got? Ooh. That's way too many colors. Just gotta do some Molly, then it looks hella dope. Is that to the minute right now, or no? Can you show me the current one? Oh, okay. Interesting. I guess I'll wait then. I feel like it's getting more bearish, but I also feel like there's just a lot of repositioning going on. Have you pivoted from 20 as a re-entry for Upstart? No. I just don't expect it to happen anytime soon, unlike other people. Gork, I'm eligible for $100,000 interest-free loan that I have to repay after 5 years. What do? I mean, if that's true, and there's no other like strings attached, which seems unlikely. Um, I mean, what's the 5-year rate? The 5-year rate's 3.7%. Might be higher in the next couple of weeks. So, I mean, you could if that were true, you could literally just get like 5-year treasuries, right? Keep the yield, and then well, at maturity, you just pay the loan back. Predictions for GME earnings, I don't see it being fantastic. I mean, I think revenues are going to decline. I think it's possible, depending on store closures, for them to remain cash flow positive. And then EPS is kind of up in the air. I would expect it not to be positive, but it could be a beat. So they might beat analyst expectations on EPS, but it may not be positive. There's a slim chance that EPS is positive. But either way, I don't expect earnings to be that great. Quarter one is historically not good for them. This data implies a strong demand plus cost of labor will go up, cutting into profits. Yep. Well, it hasn't yet, right? But eventually, the cost of labor is going to need to rise, at least to meet the rising inflation, if nothing else. We should expect some wage inflation. Corporations are pretty resistant to that, though. Obviously anecdotal, but I know a handful of different professionals laid off in the last month who are having problems finding jobs. Makes me wonder the quality of those job openings. Yeah? The unemployment data makes me wonder how many of those people are driving like Uber in the interim, right? Like they're still employed. When I said hearts, do you see them? Is that the like spammy thing in the bottom right corner of the screen? Yeah. 4165. Next strong support on ES if we fail here. 4166.50. There's support on SPX at 4175. We're still holding. I mean, for the last like 20 minutes, we've held 4185 on futures, right? So there's some like resistance there at least. Last week, someone noticed an odd put position on GME. I believe it was at like $24 for the June 23rd expiration. Did anything ever come of that? Not as far as I know. It was a super illiquid strike. I mean, there's no way of telling why that position was placed, right? And it was only like 100 grand. It wasn't huge. Too late for puts today? They priced up quite a bit. No, I don't think so. It's just that the slow grind down makes them really risky. What if I buy treasuries and use the margin to sell iron condors? I mean, iron condors come with a potential loss, right? So you wouldn't want to necessarily do that. It's a small loss, but you can still lose money on iron condors. The beauty of just locking it up in treasuries is that you take no risk, right? Well, I mean, yeah, you could use it as margin, and yes, you could risk it, but then you start risking the actual capital from the loan, right? And then that kind of, if you lose money on it, you can offset the benefit that you would have gotten from holding it for 5 years. Do you announce that earnings will be on the 7th? Yeah, I believe on their investor relations site. My mom has a job, social work, but is considering doing shipped grocery delivery to earn extra money in her free time. People are looking to the gig stuff to supplement poor earning jobs too. Yeah. Also, have you considered that some job openings are created with the intention to never fill them? Yeah. With a large correction, say 3,500 end of year, I assume we see some 52-week lows on Upstart, GME, Fubo, etc. That's possible, yeah. I mean, it's a big enough sell-off is going to provide ample liquidity to all of those, right? It's one of my problems with going long on anything really right now is that I do expect there to be a correction. Man, Nvidia's really shit in the bed this morning. It's dragging down NASDAQ hard. And we're slipping the 4175 strike, which I feel like is only going to increase the amount of puts that come in. Well, let's see if we find support here, I guess. Futures found a little bit at 4180. That's very interesting. But the calls aren't closing? I wonder why. We're at 4175 right now. Keeping 4200 zero DTEs open seems fucking stupid. Check DM. Yeah. What do you got? Yeah, I see that too. The calls at 4190 are sold, but the 4200s were a carryover from yesterday, and they appeared to be long. Like there was quite a lot of them, and Gamma wasn't, or like the smile wasn't skewed by them at all. So IV at the strike was fairly normal. I don't think at least I don't think a significant number of them were sold. Good morning, ending. Take the loan, deposit in brokerage, get margin, buy for your 5-year treasuries with both the cash and the margin, pay off the loan at the end, get double the yield. As long as the cost to carry the margin remains, and it's variable, remains lower than the yield on the treasury that you buy, right? Margin costs can skyrocket if we get like a big correction or a recession. The dream of no rate hike died today with the JOLTS. I think the dream of a no rate hike has been dead for quite some time now. I mean, like 2 weeks ago, bonds started pricing in no rate hikes this year. Last week, we saw, Fed futures start to price in hikes in June and July. So yeah, I don't think that today's data was the nail in the coffin. Hey Pops, I just want to say I begun to dig myself out of the meme stock hole I dug over to 2 years. Currently up on the month, being strict about stops and buying theta. I've got a ways to go, but I wanted to say I appreciate hanging out and finally learning. Congratulations, man. That's awesome. Well done. I don't have margin carry costs because I do spreads, so I don't pay much attention to it. Yeah. I mean, don't get me wrong. If you have a lot of money, right, like a couple million, and your margin costs are really low, then you probably could leverage the yields like that. Obviously, you won't make as much off of you're not doubling them, but you could make more. Is that what rich people do all the time? Yeah. Make your money makes money. Well, use it to make other money. SPF down 161 BPS. That's interesting. I wonder what's going to happen with duration risk with the banks if yields start to skyrocket. Don't forget about those counterparties, right? Hmm. Is SQQQ going to wake up? Nasdaq's not having a great day, but it's still outperforming the SPX. Uh, VIX moving up. We slipped fast, Gamma. I've been in and out. I don't know if this has been answered or not. Did JFresh poop his pants? As far as I'm aware, no. It may be the start of more plummeting. ES lost support and then found some at 41. So it lost support at 41.80, found some at 41.75. The fuck is that? VIX still moving up. Mm-hmm. All right. So increased put interest at 41.60, 41.50. Is this the plummet that was promised? Time to tighten up those stops. For NVIDIA, if it breaks below 380, are we covering the gap to 310? That seems crazy. Maybe. No, not right now. I don't think just yet. INTC mooning. Oh, interesting. I mean, definitely up a bit. That was a big buy. When do you expect puts to take profit any moment? Why chase with a put? I mean, I closed it out for like 20%. I was just chasing the breakdown. I don't know how much profit taking we're gonna see here. A lot of the puts are longer dated. Like we might stabilize here or like around 41.75, but I don't know if we're gonna see like sufficient profit taking to push us back up. There's not that many like 0 DTE puts. There's a decent number of them, but not a ton. A lot of them are longer dated. There's a little bit. A little bit of in the money profit taking. But not a lot of contracts. I feel like we could see that bounce around 1850 on VIX. If we don't bounce there, maybe we will actually have a bearish trend day. Maybe. I mean, yesterday's trend was pretty bearish. We opened at like 40.30 or 42.30, 42.31, and then dropped for the rest of the day. Why is the market so intent on not letting me realize my 42.77.25 prediction on ES? I mean, it was a bit high, don't you think? My long dated puts won't even sniff green until at least 4100. Well, we've still got a ways to go for that. NVIDIA found a little support at 390. VIX is coming down a little bit. I'm still not seeing like a lot of put capitulation though. It looks like I actually can't tell, but some activity is going on at 4190. I'm not sure if it's calls closing or puts coming in? Hmm. You said there could be T+3 for NVIDIA for today. Regarding the ETFs, can you please explain? So any liquidity um or creation that was used on NVIDIA after earnings, after its earnings pump, right? Or any ETF buy-ins that need to be affected have between T+3 and T+5 to be realized. I did, Chief Queef. Even with these levels, I'm so cautious to open a spread because of the potential for a bounce. Yeah, I mean, there's some. It depends on what level you're looking at for opening a spread, but yeah, I mean, I guess there's some potential for a bounce. The range is moderately limited, and probably not going above 41.90. I'm a bit high. In your prediction for ES, or just generally speaking? No problem, Referral. Oh, okay. I feel like 41.20 got blown out and are repositioning the upside hedges by a few days. 42.20? WTI trying to recover. I mean, a little bit. Oil still doesn't look good though. See, that's expanding. That makes me feel like we're gonna go down even more. Not yet, but soon. Call profitability is falling off. Nat gas had such a brave bounce. Did the AI bubble burst today? No. I'm gonna need a lot more downside to burst that bubble. Are they expecting the debt ceiling to pass? It seems like CDS are calming down. However, the Freedom Caucus said frig off. Well, thank God the Freedom Caucus is not big. What they say and what they do can also be very different things, Bob. I don't know if you've been introduced to the world of American politics. Didn't Buffett come out with another Oxy buy yesterday? I'm surprised they're not up. Oh, is that what fucking happened? I was wondering why oil dropped 400 BPS and Oxy dropped like 30 cents. So now Buffett's buying higher? Fucking prick. No stop loss hunts to the upside today. No, not really. They're definitely not scaring out the put buyers. AMD is still over 60, so we have a long way to go. Debt ceiling resolution will most likely result in a bounce, right? Why? Seriously. I would like to peel my unwarranted banning. You said only when Nvidia hits 200. Yeah, but then I changed it to 4. It's crazy how I can do that. It's not a democracy. Someone opened a large straddle for 616 at 4190. 1,300 contracts total. All right. ES butthole neutral. Yeah. I don't. I actually think it's like it's getting more bearish, but it's so fucking like I don't want to play any short dated puts on it, right? Don't ask people to explain their speculation. Why not? I mean, you probably shouldn't take positions unless you can defend them, right? Buffett purchased 4.66 million Oxy shares for 275 million between May 25th and 30th. On Tuesday, Buffett picked up 2.2 million shares. Berkshire buying range for the 3 days for Oxy stock was 38.30 to or 58.30 to 58.85. That motherfucker, man. I was very much enjoying buying shares at 56.50 and front running him. He's gonna buy the whole fucking thing, isn't he? I wonder why. They can't pick up more express at these prices. It's pretty cheap. I have quite a lot of it. I don't really need to buy anymore. um it is cheap though. But yeah, I mean I already bought in like the low 60 range, so I'm pretty okay with just sitting with what I've got for now. I did manage to pick up like 5 cents on several hundred covered calls, so that was dope. Buffett or Burke said in a recent report they're not interested in owning all of Oxy. Then why do they keep buying all of it? OPEC meet this weekend. The Saudis told the U.S. to swivel and hinted at production cuts again. I hit pretty close to the 4166 on SPX, where you mentioned there was some support. There's a little bit of support, not a lot. I don't know if this. I mean this might turn around, but I feel like longer dated put accumulation is just picking up. And with the debt ceiling deal going to a vote and likely going to be passed, the next like guaranteed step is the Treasury will start to issue securities in mass. So I mean, I would say market participants are probably preparing for that more than anything. He's authorized to buy 50%. Okay. Also, he owns rail type transport. It's not a hard leap to see where this goes. Just call him Rockefeller. Fuck. I thought we passed laws to get rid of that. Too bad. Do you care to purchase some of my Doge to hedge against inflation? No, but thanks. Pickle jar member at a casino. Everything on black. Dealer removes mask to reveal himself as Gurk. What's your thesis? You must defend this position. Some people are just gambling here. All right, well, I'm sorry. I'll try not to interfere with people's ability to gamble. But you also here's the deal though. You can't complain for hours to the person who dealt you, like the dealer at the blackjack table, right? Because they get to just throw you out of the casino. So that's fair, right? Do you think bubbles are popping faster than in the past as we continue to see more of them? Also, ignoring current valuations, do you have any opinions on the future of AI? I think it's a really good productivity tool. I mean, I think it will be broadly adopted across various industries and sectors, and buys of the infrastructure will occur roughly every like 2 to 5 years on a rotational basis, and provide Nvidia probably with a lot of income. Um, I don't think it's like artificial general intelligence. I think we're still several technological leaps away from the kind of technology that everyone actually fears. So beyond it being a good productivity tool or like a stochastic parrot, I don't really see it greatly changing much, right? Yeah, I know. I know. Bank and KRE are falling. I'm in favor of bans for complainers. Me too. Options chain on Express disgusts me. It's pretty shit. With the short side of SQQQ, diagonal spread from PP now in the money, would hedging it now be needed? Hold on. What's SQQQ at? The short side's out of the money. Okay, never mind. Sorry. I'm looking at the wrong position. um 23.25. No, I mean you don't have to hedge. Your $25 calls are your hedge, right? So basically you end up with 3x upside leverage, right? So if it keeps moving up, you can sell off the 25 Cs and just buy back the 23s. You mentioned the collar roll and the daily. Do you expect upside when the roll occurs? There could be some. Yeah, if we're below it, there could be some. What if I'm complaining about how I could have been making money for years before I found you? Allowed. I got Moss and BTU shares a month ago, and they're both down 25%. How low do you see them going if you had to guess? I mean, commodities in general have been driving down quite a bit. They could go lower. I mean, BTU had a little bit of a recovery yesterday. Chinese energy demand is possibly going to be on the rise. It did retrace a lot of that though today. Not quite as low, but fairly close. It's at what, 18 something. There's definitely some support for BTU at 1750. If it slips below that, I don't know, maybe like 1450. I mean, these are when you get stocks that are super commodity exposed and the prices of commodities are falling, you're gonna have situations like this. I do expect that the price of commodities will go up, especially if we hit a recession. So I mean, try to take advantage of the lower prices if you can. If you're bullish on those, and then or you just wait it out. You can sell covered calls. But these aren't like short-term plays. You're buying descending price action. Don't expect it to just immediately turn around. I couldn't make it to Brooklyn, but I thought Mama's 2 and Manhattan was dope. That's on the Upper West Side, right? I've been there, I think. They're okay. I've been trying to sell express covered calls for weeks. Dole is down 12 cents. I know, which probably means the end of the world is coming, right? What's your long-term express price target? Hmm. It depends on how long. And it depends on management a lot. Mostly my target is up, and I know that's not very specific, but fundamentally their business model needs to change quite a bit. I'm mostly buying them because they're priced for bankruptcy, and that's off the table, at least for now. Uh, the acquisition of Bonobos changes some things, but I would say like $4 to $5 in the next 2 to 3 years. It has a pretty significant amount of short interest, which any large fundamental in the change in the business could shake off, and it could realize that price target much sooner. If that were the case, then I'd want to see where the direction of the company's headed after that, possibly for it to go higher. But that's, I mean, even $4 is an insane return, right? Any thoughts on how low 3M can go in current state? I mean, my answer for 3M is kind of always the same, lower. I think it's lost a pretty significant amount of value in the last few months, but those lawsuits aren't going anywhere for some time, and they're gonna continue to be quite a drag on the price of the company. My initial target was going to be around 99, and it just looked like it was going to keep falling. It has. The dividend yield's really nice. If you can get a really cheap price on it, they're their growth over the next 10 years looks to be pretty stable at around like 8 to 9%. So there's no reason to think that the price of the stock won't go up in the future. But the sentiment surrounding it currently is very negative. So I think there's an opportunity to get it lower. I think if we see indexes correct, there's an opportunity to get it really low. If I'm able to buy it at a price, you know, between like 90 and 75, I'd be fucking ecstatic. Target probably is a buy, but I'm pretty greedy, and I think consumer spending is only going to get worse, not better. So patience. This is not. I don't think this is the bottom of anything. Maybe some select parts of like manufacturing or commodities may be nearing a bottom right now, but as far as like retail and tech go, not at all. I think they all have a lot more downside, regardless of historic price. Are we bouncing here? Time for calls? No, I don't think we're bouncing. No. 41 41.75 puts are increasing. I mean, this is a bear flag, right? I don't think this breaks down just yet, but soon. Oh, actually. Hmm. 1 second. I want to see something. Oh, Jesus. Doric. All the gamma at every strike except 42.95, 42.60, 42, 41.05, 40.35, and 40.15 at every other strike is negative on the day. Yeah, 41.60 has a lot of negative gamma right now, but the majority is still at 41.75. So yeah, we're kind of trapped in a little bit of in a little pocket here of stagnation. Fuck off. I didn't want that. One second. I'm trying to see something here. All right, 41.50 put interest is increasing quite a bit. But not on the 0 DTE side. So maybe those are sold. I'm gonna wait this bounce out just a little longer, I think. See if I can pick some of these up at like $4. Like 390. Uh hmm. Yeah, that's really not getting more bullish there, right? If I bought a sufficient amount of theta, just wait this out. Okay, so that breaks down, recovers. VIX ticking up. 15-minute. So maybe I should just like not be super greedy here. Well, hmm. What's preventing 4160 today? Nothing. There's not a lot of put interest at like 4165, but other than that, nothing really. Futures, maybe to some extent. I mean, there's a little bit of support on futures at 4175. I still think this has a little bit more upside. How much am I allowed to complain about Lily? I've allotted about 30% of my day complaining about it to you. Is that too much? I know it's a slow mover, but I'm also slow. Obligatory re. I mean, there's no point in complaining about it, right? You just have to wait it out, and it's boring as fuck. It's traded flat at 425 for like almost a week now. Won't charm cause SPX to rise towards the end of the day? I mean, the equity fund 3 collar is not very big. A, and B, if we're nowhere near the 4190s, then no, right? The hedge would have already been cut. I also think some of them are starting to roll off. Like we've seen, well, we've definitely seen some activity around the strike. Strength of Nasdaq is wild. I can't believe it's still up at these levels. The daily chart looks insane. Yep. Worse yet, it's driven by 8 of the 100 stocks in the index. Are you expecting downs after GME earnings? It's interesting that it's pumped 25% over the last month. I mean, I don't really find it all that compelling, to be honest. I don't expect necessarily downs at their earnings. I just don't expect their earnings to be as good as they were in Q4. I've been making 1.5K a day with just spreads. At this rate, I'll hit our agreement of making 300K this year and buying Pontiff. I hope you're getting your speech ready for my wedding. I need more information. About 441.65 Ps. That should move the needle. Maybe. Uh, that just looks like it's getting more bearish. So 160. Futures still chopping. All it does look like it's starting to give up a bit here. The next downside resistance on futures is like 41.6675. Is this thing with the FDIC dragging the market down? What thing with the FDIC? I know bank has been dropping, but I didn't hear anything about the FDIC, I don't think. Let me hit the goal first, then I'll give you more. For now, I can tell you one good and one bad thing. Good news, it's open bar. Bad news, it's in New Jersey. Why? Why would you choose New Jersey for your venue? You'd be a fucking pontiff. You can have your wedding anywhere. I copped a 418p 0 DTE SPY yesterday. Got in at the bottom. I'm up 200% thanks to the lesson. Nice, dude. Congratulations. Apple making 52-week highs while the market sells off is comical. Is Apple kind of killing it today? Oh, shit. Just no news, nothing. Fucking ridiculous. Whatever. Hmm. Yes, moving towards double bottom at 41.75. Looks like it's starting to pick up some more downside momentum. There's more puts coming in. Could take a minute, but it looks like it's going to continue to fail here. It's in honor of torturing you? What? Safe Haven getting even smaller. Apple and Intel up. I'm not really sure why. I mean, I have no idea why Apple's up. I did the thing and I set stops and took profits. Am I an adult now? Maybe. Gherkalicious definition make the pores go loco. They want the treasure so they get their pleasure from his portfolio. They can't be him, they can't squeeze him, and SS wants to freeze him. Gherkalicious. Love you, buddy. Thanks. I hate that I read all of that. Thanks, Barry. I could see people fleeing to safety and tech, buying Apple, but even that is a stretch. Fleeing to Nvidia is downright regarded. The ship's gonna sink eventually. Kirk's milkshake brings all the boys to the yard. Yeah, this stream is heavily male-centric. I don't know if we can fix that. Is it normal to flee to safety at all-time highs? No? Non-mail here, pull time? We've done this before. It's like 6%. I would say that it's heavily homocentric. They're using that scientifically. Ladies get free drinks. Don't let USPS know about you bringing all the mail to your yard. They frown on that. That's not what that song lyric means, Dave. I wait for a local high or low and what the trend may be, and then sell either bear call spreads or bull put spreads. Manage risk by opening out of the money spread by a decent range. If it gets close, I manage accordingly. Okay, smart. That's yeah, it's boring, but it makes money. Cat checking in here? Okay. I didn't assume anyone's gender. YouTube literally tells me what you guys have put as your gender on your YouTube profile. 6% of people have put female. Slightly less than 1% are non-declared, and then the rest are male. That's HIPAA law. My gender's changed since the start of this conversation. Whatever makes you happy, man. The gender selector in a slider bar now? My pronouns are bull and bullbean. Well, I would have selected Dan as my gender, but that wasn't one of the 17 options. Also, here's an obligatory re for old time's sake. Thank you so much, Daniel Taylor, Return of the Dan. So that's Han, Zakir's wife, and who are the other two? Well, there's the Jens. I got stopped out for 200%, but I'm still over leveraged as fuck. Let's fucking go. Nice, man. 710 watching, 262 likes. You're better than that, Pickle Jar? Regards, Kiki's girl, too. Yeah, it's true. I wouldn't comment in the Discord either. Last night, the Discord just turned into a string of cum memes for like 30 minutes, posted by two people. It's a yeah, I know it's gross. You didn't miss out, Hestia. You were there. I think you even participated. In general chat or the GME chat? In the fucking Dillionaire channel. I'm a girl. Haven't you seen my PFP? And it wasn't gross. It was a celebration of seed. It was gross. That's disgusting. Which channel was it in and around what time? Doesn't it make more sense to trade QQQ over SPY since QQQ makes more moves as opposed to SPY? Does that argument make any sense? No, I've said before that if you're gonna trade like one of the index ETFs, QQQ is generally better than SPY. It usually has more, like if you're, especially if you're trading options, it usually has more whole dollar moves. How far can we fall if SPX breaks down? Uh, futures could fall to like 41.65, so 41.60, maybe 50. There's quite a lot of put interest at 41.50. It's funny how you tolerate that, but not penny stocks. I see your priorities now. I hate penny stocks. I hate penny stocks almost as much as I hate people who are trade penny stocks. They're like the trailer trash of the stock market. Do you see FSLR dropping to the low 190s this week? It could. I don't think any of the spending cuts are particularly beneficial for them. He wants to know what you said about Moss, but he doesn't want to bother you here. So here I am. Okay. I don't think I said anything about Moss. I have to see what it's at. It's at about $31 right now. It's very close to its downside resistance. From like after the COVID recovery. we should start to see a turnaround in earnings in this coming quarter. Quarter 2 and 3. So hopefully we start to see those beat. Natural gas prices are still rock bottom. And demand is lower this year. There's not the same like supply crunch on potash that there was. But I mean, it's kind of like a long-term buy and hold. It has a yield, which alongside cover calls can help offset any loss on a DCA. But yeah, I mean, I'm kind of just slumping with the rest of commodities right now. So the reason this may fall and rather than rebound hard is because the puts are longer dated and not in the money yet. So they're less likely to sell off. I mean, some of them are in the money, but just longer dated. They have no reason to sell, right? They can just sit there. And there are shorter dated puts coming in. Just the accumulation is not quick. It's rather slow. Sometimes I dip my toes in the swingers channel and post MF4F, but I never get any replies. Okay. Crypto bros, same like penny stock traders, more conspiratorial, but yeah, there's some similarities, yeah. Can you explain what's going on with GME? It seems to be fighting the market. Are they netting off all the upside it should have had a couple weeks back? Probably, yeah. There's quite a lot of internalization on GME right now, so I would imagine, given its low liquidity, that a falling market would benefit anybody that needed to refill their inventories, right? So, but that's only going to last for so long. There is still liquidity realization today, which is actually really interesting. So there's still covering going on, but we're not getting any price improvement. Jesus. Yeah, that's generally not very bullish. It kind of reminds me of like December. I wonder if we're getting ETF sell-offs. Like, here, look. So we're still getting liquidity realization today, right? Like the tips are getting closer, which means there's covering going on. But we're not getting any price improvement. That's not necessarily normal. Or it means we're gonna run hard as fuck in 3 days. Fuck, I hate that. I'm gonna have to look at the ETFs and see if they're selling any. Three days as in Monday. It's like between Monday and next Wednesday. It's usually T5 to T8. I don't want to close my fucking covered calls. 24. Well, I don't have to close them yet. I can just wait. Maybe the Russell 2K change. I mean, that's my biggest fear for going long GME right now. GME's been going up for a month now. Yeah, but no liquidity was realized on the move up, right? Like all of the price improvement over the last month has pretty much just been like active fund pressure driving us slightly higher with literally no capitulation in like the short call side of the chain at all. Like there's no evidence that like short vol is pulling back or anything. And well, until now. But this could also just be like they're getting liquidity and covering without affecting price action, which can happen. Like it's really irrelevant until those tips cross, and then you see what happens. When should we worry about CCs? I don't know. It depends on where your covered calls are. I want mine to be assigned, so we're inevitably going to drop. So bulls by 0 DTEs and bears by theta, usually. Yeah, the 7th. Earnings reports on the 7th. Question here. We know that the Treasury will likely sell off $1 trillion in treasuries. But what if here, and I may be a regard, but what if there aren't enough buyers to buy that up? Is that plausible? Well, they'll just keep raising yields until buyers come in, right? No, I mean they're U.S. Treasuries. There's buyers, but yeah, I mean yields would just go up, right? So the incentive will present itself. Should I buy some GME so I can sell in the money cover calls to worry about? It's up to you. Do you have a price target for downside on QQQ today? Not really. I guess, I mean, that seems really fucking steep, but the next downside resistance on the daily is at 340. That's actually true on like the 15-minute as well. I don't know what the gamma structure for QQQ looks like. I'd have to look it up. I think SPX is getting ready to break down. Five more minutes or so, and we might see a sell-off on ES that brings us below 41.75 finally. So we're getting close on that. All right. So for today's expiration, yeah, it kind of looks like the bottom for QQQ today is like 340, 345, 346. There's quite a lot of put interest building further out at 340, but Gamma's pretty flat to the downside from like 343 to 340. That could change really quick, right? Because of zero DTEs. I guess let's see how you want to see how positioning looks after this moves to a lower level. You might see more put interest come in. But I can't watch QQQ all day. We got other shit to pay attention to. $41.60, $41.50 put interest is picking up. So yeah, I think our downside range here is about 40, probably 41.65 on futures. That seems pretty reasonable. Although if it gets enough momentum, Gamma's negative. I guess it can move harder. Wizard Gurk, what did I do? So I think of the Discord last night, you said the USA has a money recall, same like shares and rug pulls the world. I mean, kind of, right? You heavily incentivize US investment by increasing the value of the dollar and raising the yields on our sovereign debt. So like why would you buy anybody else's sovereign debt right now when you can get the US debt at the same yield, right? Why would you invest your money in any other economy when the US's currency is the strongest? Right? So the current monetary policy drives investment interest into the US at the cost of the health of foreign economies. No problem, Rich. What's the downside of rolling up and rolling out covered calls? Does it cost money versus the initial sale of the CC? I mean, it can. If you're rolling them closer to spot, you're going to pay the difference, right? And then the discount you get there is the additional theta you're selling. But if you want to roll like an 18 June 16th to July 25, right? That's going to cost some money. That's going to be a net debit. Dollar drinks your milkshake. Do you think we could see consistent downside between now and the FOMC meeting? Holding June 16 puts. Maybe. I mean, that's going to depend probably a lot on the Treasury and what happens over the. I mean, what if the like bill doesn't pass? I mean, there's a slim chance that it doesn't, but there's a chance. I mean, if the bill doesn't pass today, I'm pretty sure that U.S. credit just gets downgraded, like probably on the spot. If the US has a debt problem, like all of us, why wouldn't they buy the rest of the GME float and TRS? Yeah, Gamma's really high for 345, but below that it kind of slumps. Check DM. What do you got, Dork? I like it. It is interesting. Holy shit, a chatbot? It's been a while since we had a thoughtbot in here. Who's been saying sexy things? If the bill doesn't get passed, we're likely going to get a 3% drop day. We're likely to get like a 10% drop day. I don't really think that we saw like I mean, we dropped yesterday, but most of that was the closing of like long positions. I'm a little hot potato right now. Hey, Girk, question. I've been looking at buying some short-term T-bills. I'm kind of intimidated by the whole auction process. I just have to do it and learn, but any knowledge you can offer? I think they have a guide on their website. It's it's really not that complicated. You know, you put in the bid and then they auction off in order of favorable bids to least favorable bids. ES 4175 support kind of annoying. Yeah, a little bit. Still probably get one more push, like one more step down. Hopefully we just don't recover too much before that happens. Next 10 minutes or so. Uh, well, there's the liquidity on GMA. What's going on with GameStop? They're murdering it. Although, frankly, I'm more excited to see them short it than I am to see them grind it up fucking cents every day. NVDS up 5%. We're not going to talk about what that means in notional value, right? Gerald's an idiot. Annoying, but shopping at that now for a bit versus the 4177 mark. So hopefully a lower low is incoming, like Girk said. Chopping at that now? Oh. Is this crime? Nope, that's a butterfly. They use butterflies for their crime? Oh. I doubt my 400 piece for September are printing very slowly. Yeah, I'd imagine it's not a quick accumulation of profits. No, that's a cricket. A butterfly crime scene. That's a isn't that the movie with Ashton Kutcher? That's the butterfly effect. Same thing. I was making a joke. I know the name of the movie, but never mind. Misunderstood genius. It's about either side's politics. Really? People on both sides get mad at me for removing their staff. Yeah, they do. You're the focal point for political ire, Fluffy. But it saves me the trouble of having to do it. So it is appreciated. Today I learned butterflies eat turtle tears for nutrients. It's for the salt, right? Well, also the turtles get their eyes licked clean. If you guys haven't had your eyes licked clean, you haven't lived. Yeah. Take about 25% off there, squirrely Gerg. I just use a Clorox wipe. A bidet with licking function. I mean, if the Japanese haven't invented it yet, they're going to now. That's got to be a thing, right? Anyone else having a hazy IPA for breakfast? No. Although I definitely know someone that had a few too many last night. This place gets so weird sometimes. Does it though? I mean, we've got to sit here and wait for other people to buy and sell stocks so that we can make money off the stocks that we bought and sold, right? So some weirdness is at least expected. Breaking news, Toto announces new bidet attachment for eye washing via licking. Boom. Have you ever been pranked by the impractical jokers? No. Have you ever ridden? No, I've never ridden a Zamboni. Are we actually going to break down any further? I'm out of positions and probably won't enter another one till after lunch, but I'm just curious. Possibly. Maybe in like a minute or three. But then I think that's like probably the last one if we do. No, no, futures are coming in. Hmm. All right, so that broke down as slow as feasibly possible. This is breaking up. Two more minutes. The initial breakout fail? Or does it succeed? Hmm. I should go long here, but still a tiny opportunity to go short. Fuck, I hate today's price action. Hold on one second. All right. Oh well. Yep. No breakdown there. No additional breakdown. Futures is still supporting the 41.75 level. Piece of shit. I guess the right move is for me to go long here. There's no breakdown on the put side either. Hold on. Momentum's... Well, it's not shifting much there yet. Maybe just more chop. I'll get like one. Range bound? Yeah, kind of like just trapped. Trapped in between the two strikes where there's actual interest. And mostly it's just support on the future side. There's been a pretty consistent support at the 41.75 level. And so without a breakdown there, you know, that gives more and more time for a turnaround. Hi, I'm Theta. Chomp, 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 chomp. Yeah. I'm trying to short VIX, but people are buying the cheap puts. Sorry, guys. I bought a 41.65p yesterday. That's why we're stuck here. You bastard. They're using a new term now. Deglobalization. I can't wait for the countries of the world to become more nationalistic and combative. That's going to be really fun. Did you sell your 4150p from the overnight straddle yet? I have a stop on it, but I haven't closed it yet. That's from a couple days ago. My stop's pretty wide. I think over the next couple days we're likely to see under 4150, so I'm gonna keep it open for now. I do have my 4200p from last night, and that's probably gonna get stopped out here pretty soon. How long does WeBull take to settle cash from closing options? It should be available the next day. Has anything changed materially since you thought the downside range was 4165? No, I think we're bouncing now. I think we found enough support on futures that there's a little potential for some capitulation and some upside. TV stations will only cover local butterflies licking local turtles. All right. Is Trades in jail yet? I don't think so. Incoming $1,000 after tomorrow's earnings call. GME earnings is on the 7th. Thanks, Strat9. I meant for Broadcom. Oh, I have no idea. I'm not playing their earnings. I don't know how big of a bounce it's going to be, but maybe like back to 41.75. I don't see 41.75 really budging. There's still a lot of puts there. Maybe if the collar rolls back once we move up high enough. Like if we move up to 41.75 and the collar peels back, then maybe we get like a big bounce, but right now getting above 41.75 significantly seems kind of unlikely. So yesterday I met another person in real life who trades options. I used words like gamma and volatility and told him about how I buy zero DTEs, and now I have a new friend. Anyway, thanks. Oh, fuck. You need to break that friendship off immediately. You guys, there's not enough room in the cardboard box for two people, Yuri. This time I took a lot more profits than the last time we found a little support and a small bounce. Just in case, I can always re-enter puts. I bought a short-term call hedge for the remaining puts. Okay. I've got room in mine. I got a double wide. Jesus. Future's running into a little bit of resistance here. I don't really think that looks bullish. Bullishness is peaked. Okay. Fix 1787. Support. Let's see if someone will pay me $7 for these. Huh. It should be getting more bullish, but it's not. Fuck. Hold on, VIX is starting to tick up, so put buyers coming in on the bounce. I hate this. But enough? What is futures doing? Okay, futures finding a little bit of support at 41.80 now. I'm trying to see if this continues. I don't have like a crazy profit target here, so maybe I should switch this to a stop. Jesus fucking Christ, that's annoying. Not even gonna test 41.75? It's fucking seriously? We're going to 41.50, sir. This bounce is weak as fuck. I don't know if it's over, but it's definitely weak. Hmm. All right. Rejected off 41.74 previously. This is fucking ridiculous. I just don't want to get stopped out. Like I want to get my like 10% or whatever at least. There we go. It's a little better. %20. Cool. Jesus. It's like, it's not even worth trading 0 TTs today. It's so awful. If you're bored, have you considered manipulating the stocks in your favor? I have an idea. You should show us how to manipulate VIX up to 30. Interesting. I kind of just want to play QQQ today. This fucking sucks. If debt ceiling raised tonight, thoughts on tomorrow? Pump before dump? There might be a little bit of a pump, but I don't think it'll last. Right now, there's really no positioning supporting one. What is QQQ? Tell us. I've never heard about it. QQQ is the NASDAQ 100 ETF. So it's like SPY for NASDAQ 100. A local company I work for with only 3 employees is about to have one person leave for a different job. Should I ask for a raise since I'll be doing more work and have remained loyal? I think it tapped 41.75. Yeah, just barely. This candle tapped 41. Nope. 41.74.96. Now it's at 41.75. So back to the previous high. Buy puts again. It's gonna fucking grind down for the next. Which one? 41.70? Still overpriced. I'll wait a little longer. I wonder if I should just play VIX 18. It's tempting. All right. Let's see if this pushes up one more time and gives us like that head and shoulders. How much was it there? It was about 420. I don't know if I care if I don't get a entry on this one. How's OI looking? Are we still bearish for the day? Yeah, it still looks pretty bearish. There's some like calls at 4170 or something? No, not really. 4170 OI is just kind of weak. 4170 and 4165 just aren't very strong. Um, 4175 is not moving. Am I gonna get a fill here? Probably not. 4150 soon? Maybe. I feel like the downside here is not going to be really volatile. Like, if we move down, we're probably just going to move back down to like 4166 again. Buy, call, get free put, not working. Market broken? I can tell you that zero DTs are not feeling very worth it today at all. They kind of suck. So we're either going to get a breakdown here, right? And form the descending head and shoulders, which is probably more likely. Or it breaks up and we start to get a megaphone. I don't think volatility is really moving a lot though, so the breakdown is way more likely. I mean, it's a head and shoulders on the 5 minute, right? It's tiny, but it's there. Uh, hmm. Yeah. Yes has a more like defined Head and Shoulders, but that's because of its like tick size. And the tail end of this is a bit sloppy. Reverse Head and Shoulders? No. On the longer time frame? Possibly. But I think this will like drag back down to like 41 like 41.69, 41.67 first. Breakup here is not ideal. Huh. Since gamma's negative but Vana is super positive, doesn't that mean that any downside is amplified as VIX rises? Am I thinking about that right? Yes. Well, yeah, you are. So the market maker is going to sell into rising VIX. Diamond pattern? Um, could be. I mean, it's still just Head and Shoulders right now, but rip to 4,200 AI. I don't think so. VIX moving up again. Holy fuck, this is boring. Since this said the downside will not be followed by insane pumping because I sold a large chunk of my puts for respectable gains instead of overholding for the big correction. Nice. Do you have a chance of seeing 4,100 in the next couple of weeks? Might see it a lot sooner than that. But yeah, I think between this week and next, there's a pretty good shot. Thanks, big deal, Danionaire. Draw some lines until something happens. Basically, yeah. Come on. I mean, 4170 is not that fucking well defended. Jesus Christ. Is Upstart now firmly an AI pump? No, I don't think so. The first time I played futures in a demo account, I sold one ES contract, set a wide trailing stop, and went to bed. Woke up with an extra 1K in my demo account. When will it be that easy again? Fuck. Probably a few more days of repositioning at least before we get like a good directional trend. Today may be the end of that with the debt ceiling coming through. 4170, 4175 is the new range. Unfortunately, yeah, it is. There's got to just be support on ES. Yeah, 4180. Like 4180 just doesn't want to break down. Where the fuck are the sellers, man? There's like no buy pressure. It's such a good opportunity to just sell off. Okay. No, 41.75 call or puts aren't pulling back. I don't think call interest at the strike is increasing either. Alright. The charts tell me dumpies, but my gut says pumpies. We'll see. Looks like we're... Never mind. This is such shit. Death by 1,000 cuts. I was just waiting, just want to touch 4160 in the no-no place for just a minute. That's all. I'm not asking for too much. It seems like you're asking for a lot. Dear God. Futures is like a little bit better of an indicator here. Because the price action isn't so unstable. Harker in 4 minutes. Probably more stuff the market will ignore. Probably. I only have 2 days of a week. I can play 0 DTs because of work, and inevitably we get this kind of action. Sad face. I mean, there was a couple nice drops today, but yeah, it's pretty shit. Like the drop after open was pretty good. But once we found a bottom, it's been awful. QQQ did a little berry poo. Oh, I wish that would fucking translate. SPX end of day 41.7250. It's so shitty. Someone keeps trying to bid up like every opening candle. It's frustrating. Hey, we got a breakdown? Is this the dream? Holy fuck, this is boring. God damn it. Hashtag not my market. Remember when people freaked out SPX may break 4250? Good times. Get theta and chill. It's a lot less stressful. Nvidia getting wrecked after I'd given up buying puts on it. What about bear call spreads? End of week price action beholden to the outcome of the debt ceiling meeting tonight? Probably. I got some 6-2 puts in the money. I'm currently hoping for more gains. Thanks. Nice, dude. Congrats. Nvidia puts now down only 75%. Hashtag winning. Nice, SV. Every time we have a nice red day, these ridiculous bulls just buy the dip and ruin Girk's guaranteed market crash. Girk's guaranteed market crash is a registered trademark. Pickled financial. Bloomberg's intraday chart now shows SPY down, Nasdaq, Nvidia. Jesus. Wait, really? Is that a joke? I think it's MMs, not bulls. Yeah. Holy fuck, this is the worst. Hmm. This is the push for the downside or for the upside? I feel like the upside push just happened and it failed. Oh man. Is a 200 BPS drop too much to ask? Yeah, that's a lot. Well, 4175 puts don't seem to be going anywhere. How can you tell if you're making an emotional trade or a logical one? Is a turtle head a good indicator? Could be. Two hundred BPS would be great. That'd be pretty awesome. Um, it doesn't look very likely right now, but it'd be cool. Do you know what strike you're straddling tonight yet? No, no. It'll depend where we end up. I still have 4,200 calls floating, so I'd prefer to be closer to the upside. Although those might just be dead at this point. QQQ gap down. Gross. No, awesome. I have puts, dork. Looks like 4160 put gamma is increasing. Not significantly. Adopted by the dads. Thank you so much for hooking everybody up with some Cornichon memberships. Welcome aboard, guys. Give Adopted by the dads a shout out for hooking you up. Okay, yeah, a little bit. I'm starting to see some come in. I think that's 4160. Yeah, it is. 4150s are moving up too. Maybe because we're actually getting a fucking breakdown now. It only took 75 years. I hate this fucking market sometimes. I got your favorite quant in that one. I don't have any favorite quants. All the quants are loved equally. Bounce on 4170. Here we go. Don't say these things. you prick. Come on, fail to fill the gap. Right back down. No more of this bullshit. VIX up. Ah! Fucking damn it. I'm not even being greedy here. I just want like slightly below 4170. We're shopping in this $5 range for the rest of the day. Dan gives the best foot jobs. I bet he's Girk's secret favorite. No. There's no secret favorite. 75 years? Is that all? It seemed longer. I think Tesla could break below 190 this week. Yeah, why not? It's a big bag of shit. It's down 2% today. Maybe Elon can fuck something up and speed up the process. Ah. Like, what's below 4178.25 that's so fucking scary? Does puts cost same like shares? Yeah. Have they passed the debt ceiling? Can Yellen start dumping treasuries immediately? She needs to. Price action is so ridiculous. This is gonna get more bullish, isn't it, Dork? Yeah, but then the push failed. No, it didn't. It just needed an extra kick in the balls. I guess volatility just starts to pick up now. Or at least realized volatility. So we gotta do one of these because the fucking 4175 puts aren't capitulating. Can you go over how dumping treasuries affects equities market in a negative way? It increases yields. If yields exceed potential growth on investments over a given time horizon, then they become more attractive than the equity investment itself, right? So if you own a company that has like projected 5% or 3% growth over the next 2 years, and the treasury yield is double that, why would you take on, with no risk, why would you take on the risk to hold the equity and not just buy into the treasuries? It also pulls liquidity, and that's how it pulls liquidity out of the equity market. They really don't want VIX over 18, but somebody really likes puts at VIX below 18. And it's an interesting day, even though it's flat. It's a day. I think there's someone that likes selling puts above 15 or 18, and someone who likes buying puts below it. Oh. Oh, fun. Did that trigger any stops? There's no calls. I'm not sure I give a shit. I have a feeling this isn't gonna last. I guess I should set a stop, but none of the 41.75 puts sold off. Some of the out of the money puts did. The fuck did Harker say? I have no idea. This might just be like grabbing the out of the money calls at like 41.80, 41.75. I was more concerned about the larger, like 41.75 put position getting stopped out, which appears to have not happened, so. A gap down? Yeah. Ooh. Nice. Well, I guess I made money. Fucking stupid shit, man. It's gonna go even further out. What a bunch of bullshit. Really? Straddling Harker's fucking speech? Why does anyone give a flying fuck? Give me a second. I'll be right back. All right, I'm back. Dad has forsaken me once again. He and a cat having a play date with the cat lady neighbor. No. You can hear the bulls galloping in fields, fiercely free. Dude, ES is down 70 points today. Does anybody have any tips on dealing with the loss of a spouse? No. Not really. I've never lost a spouse. Or really anyone that close to me. Holy fuck, what is that? Hold on. Jesus Christ. Hello, gigantic spider. Hot mic. What'd you expect? Does the neighbor know you got a cat? Yes. Unfortunately. I fear you've missed the news that 83-year-old Al Pacino is having a kid with his 29-year-old girlfriend. Are they married? How will the market respond to this unsettling turn of events? I mean, he's fucking Al Pacino. If there's one thing you could say about Al Pacino, it's probably that that guy fucks, right? And I think this only proves that. I've never seen a Dunkin' Donuts commercial. Well, not since it was like that fat guy making donuts late at night. Back when they used to try to convince people that Dunkin' Donuts were made on site. It's not really Al Pacino. It's Bill Hader as Al Pacino. Oh, okay. Mm. The 4175 puts aren't closing. um, so that's a thing that's happening right now. Ooh. Oh yeah. I can do it like that now. Exciting. Does this just fail in a epic and spectacular fashion? Did I close those for money? I did. Cool. What's Nvidia doing? Dropping $20 in one day? Interesting. One second. Okay. Gork, my Boyle position is down again. Okay, I feel like we had this talk already. Have I been Widowmakered? I don't think so. How low could Nvidia drop? Back to 300 or less with treasuries? Possibly. That seems like a stretch right now because it's still so high, but I mean, yeah, if the market pulls back in a significant way, Nvidia has a lot of a lot of fucking room to the downside. Kathy Wood, assuming it was an accident, what might the logic have been in her premature dumping of this year's golden goose, Danka? It was overvalued at 300. It's massively overvalued at 4. The rate of growth that Nvidia would have to sustain in order to maintain its current price and forward price targets would exceed all of the growth since the beginning of the company by a factor of like 5. Who's fucking Al Pacino? Looks like a whole bunch of 40, 70, 4175, 4175, 4170 puts closing. I see more opening up right now. Well, on the rejection. I don't know when you sent that message. What if the puts are the bulls and we rip into close? You mean if the puts close? That's possible. I don't know how much we'd rip, but sure. How far in the money would you buy Upstart puts protective? I was thinking 30p on July monthly expiry or August. What's Upstart trading at right now? Yeah, that doesn't seem terrible. Your chances of going in the money are out of the money are pretty slim. The delta on them's not super great, so you're paying for some IV up front, but not a ton. Do shares cost same like shares? I'd imagine. A grief counselor? That's a good idea. What's the deal with Meta and why is it so strong? I mean, its valuation's super inflated right now. It's not really up today. But it's still holding these upper levels. I don't know. It looks like it's maybe peaked. Although it bounced off 258. And all of tech is just massively, massively overvalued right now. People are fleeing to tech as a flight to safety in uncertain economic conditions without realizing that tech is probably most exposed to that uncertainty. 318 trade time looks like 500 contracts at 4,200 and 1,200 at 41.75, 700 41.70. Okay, so that was a while ago. I don't know. Some sold off, some came back in. A lot haven't moved. So theoretically, you would go further in the money. Yeah, I mean, I just want delta exposure, right? I'd want to like pay as little for implied volatility as possible up front. Generally speaking, like protective puts on volatile like meme stocks, I usually buy like 0.6, 0.7 delta. 0.7 a little 0.7, 0.8. GME I usually buy like 0.8. I'm down 60% on the 20% I reinvested after taking 125% profits in the AM. I'm financially ruined. How will I ever recover? Will this market hit 4160 and bail me out? I don't. Well, first off, I don't think you're financially ruined because you've only lost 60% of the profits, 20% of your initial profits, right? That's what you're saying. Manic artist. Fed's Jefferson is speaking. Oh, goody. One Fed speech into another. Shitloads of 4190 calls. Those are all sold. Those are part of the JPM Hedged Equity Fund 3 collar. V-Day, or is the pump gonna die? I don't know yet. I think there's still a little bit more upside range on it. Although you'd think JPM would have rolled the collar while the sold calls were out of the money. The cost basis on Fubo is 239. How regarded am I? I mean, have you gotten it down with covered calls at all? It's not the worst. Maximum upside potential on this pump, probably like 4190. It's definitely not over yet. VIX is continuing to sell off. 4190 COI is 13K. Volume is 41.8. Could be tons bought. I mean, no, because 13K is the collar, right? We don't know what's traded at that level though. There's puts at that level also, right? There's like 2.2 billion put gamma at that level. And 4.2 billion call gamma, but we know that some significant amount of the call gamma is sold. Unlikely to see lower lows today. The day is far from over. It's only 1:30. The 175 put position's not really going anywhere. It's still pretty robust. Although someone is now buying 190 calls, so I can't believe I pulled money out of DDS for this. For what? Chasing this morning's drop? One second. NQ's pulling back. VIX back to 1750. It's almost back to yesterday's close. Did you hear why Palantir is running? It's because I sold CCs at 13. They have like an event tomorrow. Why would you sell CCs before the event? Sold them a week ago. Yeah, alright. You could roll them. Don't worry, Palantir is terrible at making money. Dole is up 8 cents today. Bull market. How regarded are June 16 3500s? They're not the best Vega exposure at this point. You'd probably want to be closer to the money. A week ago, not so bad. Now, kind of shitty. The debt vote's at like 6 o'clock today. The 4175s aren't selling off. They are a little bit, but not much. They seem to be pretty confident in their positioning, at least for now. Could be they're positioned for whatever comes after the JPM roll. It says on the House's website they convene at 2 p.m. Last I heard, the vote was at 6 p.m. Central. I don't think they start voting right when they convene. Yeah, they scheduled the final vote for tonight after markets have closed. Hmm. I don't see anything right now. See if this continues to break down. I honestly expected more of a dip today. I was actually pretty surprised we got as much of a dip as we did, given that the bill's still not out of the way. I thought we would have held a little tighter to gamma neutral, especially given how hard they fought for it last night. I'm not getting my cat a miniature trading desk. That's weird. Russia postponing half their oil subsidies till September. Can you get him a tiny VWAP hat? No. Yeah, weird. He'd definitely want a normal size desk. Cat in a VWAP hat. Cool. Have you ever tried to put a hat on a cat? It's not. That's not even reasonable. This is an awful lot of volatility. Ooh. I should close my calls. They're still underwater, but I should close them. So someone's just buying shitloads of calls at the JPM strike? Roll of the 4190s? Maybe. Yeah, the color's probably gonna get popped. I can't imagine they're gonna let it go in the fucking money and then roll it. That would be stupid. Who's saying bullish things? Or one of the Fed presidents is speaking right now. Is this color still fixed percent? Yeah, it is. No, I haven't named him. Harker said, maybe skip, not pause. Of course he did. Do I have my 4020 SPY calls not moved up in price? It's a good question. My 4200 SPX calls haven't moved up a lot either. I'd go with one, they're out of the money. But two, they're not pricing up calls very much right now. We're still below gamma neutral. Any thoughts on EDRY? No. What do you want me to like technically? I have no idea. Looks like a big bag of shipping shit. Yep. Petition to get a live stream of your cat and or JFresh in the top left. Petition denied. I got stuffed out of my pits, so I'm stopping by. Hey. Anything noteworthy or more debt ceiling shit? I mean, probably nothing noteworthy until the debt ceiling's raised. Are there sold puts coming in to prepare for another 0 DTE pump? I mean, there's definitely some puts being sold. I'm not really sure that those are short puts, but maybe? There's some 0 DTE pumping going on right now. $4,200 end of day. Why? Because clown market. That's why. Okay. Valid thesis. How do you weigh profit taking versus holding for more downside with out of the money SPX puts in July? I mean, if you have the opportunity to take profit, you can always reposition later, right? Like, profitable contracts are profitable contracts. They shouldn't, once they've become profitable, they really shouldn't be closed for a loss. So, I mean, at a bare minimum, protect the profitability in the contract. Oh, that's a nice amount of selling. There's quite a lot of volatility right now. But if the selling just maintains a consistent uptrend, then who cares? My dried banana crisps cost $4.99 and expire 6/16. I'm taking this as a sign to full port straddle $41.99. That's not a strike you can buy. Believe it or not, bear trap probably just as likely as it being a bull trap. So 0 DTE pumps. Are we gonna get 0 DTE dumps? Maybe after the collar rolls off. I don't know when the collar is gonna roll, obviously. But it could dump after that. At least everybody trying to pump the market into the collar. And really the goal here is probably to try to pump the index above the collar, right? So that they need to buy futures contracts. So if it goes above the collar, they go long futures to hedge. Which, you know, can add momentum to an upside move. But if they fail to do that, then you know any hedge being bought right now is going to fall off and the price is going to tank. Which is probably why the 4175s are staying open, not closing, because they think it can move down. fuck did I do with... God damn it. Ah. There it is. Gork, I'm up on my long-term puts and short-term call hedge. Nice. I've got calls floating at 4,200, but I don't think I'm gonna make any money on them. This is the unfortunate part about buying the straddles when, you know, price action starts to pivot, is that, you know, you need to keep buying the long side, but sometimes it doesn't print, or vice versa. Which means you need to capture bigger moves on the downside. Today wasn't bad. I mean, I got out of the short side at like 41, like 72. So kind of like $28 in the money. So not awful. And if we did break 41.90, I'd be able to close the call side and I'd still make like, I don't know, maybe like 12% for the day. But I have other put legs that are still floating from the upside move, so I would much prefer we just move down. I'll take the loss on the calls. Banana Crisp DD seems valid. It does. I like the supporting evidence. It's well cited. So money, not JPM, is trying to pump the market with zero DTs to force JPM to buy futures to protect their collar, to force SPX to go up and print zero DTs harder. I mean, that would be probably the ideal situation for anybody who wants to pump the price above the collar. The collar rolls are pretty unpredictable and they tend to be violent, but this one's much smaller, so usually not as bad. Who has that kind of money? Uh, I mean, I would say most of this is like CTAs. A lot of the zero DT shit. But you know, also big banks, systemic funds. Can you tell us your favorite super stock DD? The one that makes you laugh the hardest? Oh, critical margin. Critical margin is by far the funniest of all super stock creations. The infinity pool is pretty funny too. When you talk about taking profits on longer dated puts, what about September's? I mean, that's a lot of fucking time to realize your price target. I mean, if you're up like a few percent, then obviously no. Right? You have a really long time horizon. I'd imagine you bought those with a price target in mind. I tagged you in some uranium news on the Discord. It basically looks like USA is going to ban Russian exports. Ooh. Interesting. Of uranium? Or just all Russian exports? That's ridiculous, Gen. I saw a fire our BBBY conspiracy trying to connect BBBY and IEP. Jesus Christ. When will you take your 721 3500p? Wait, what? What do you mean, when will I take it? Literally nothing, Dancy. Hmm. What would I take? Profits off of 721 3500p? I mean, that's like a Vega play, right? So, like, when VIX went up, I mean, I'd imagine if I was buying them VIX sub 20, I'd be targeting VIX above 20. We have 14% of our uranium. You know, they're the like eighth largest producer, right? Do you think we could start seeing QQQ heading back down? I'm considering some weekly puts. Maybe. I don't know. Right now we're in the middle of a pump. I probably wouldn't grab the puts just yet. Well, I guess this could fail. That doesn't look super bullish. I still think we test like 4190, right? Like that's what they're pushing for. Why wouldn't we test it? I work with a former Russian man who's full of energy. Is he going to be banned? I don't think so. Figuring I'm looking to bring in around 500 to 1,000 a week. Sorry, I have 100K of capital. Is this a realistic expectation to achieve consistently? What strat would you consider for this purpose? I don't think 500 to 1,000's like ridiculous. Um, hmm. You probably want relatively risk-averse strategy. I mean, you're only targeting like 0.5 to 1% a week. So, you could probably just do like really wide condors, um, and have spare capital to hedge them. You don't need to do anything too fancy to make 0.5 a week. CSPs carry more risk. I mean, he's not even targeting a high enough yield for wheeling. So why not take the most or the lowest risk strategy possible, right? Just buy treasuries. Treasuries aren't going to yield you 1% a week. Well, there's different kinds of condors. An iron condor is one kind of condor. There's inverse iron condors. There's short call and short put condors. There's long call and long put condors. Certain bonds that are paying a premium, 52% yield a year. Then use them for margin. Well, that's a whole different story. Buy 50K in treasuries and you get 100K in margin. Then do wide condors with cash on the side. Yeah. I mean, you probably want to do them on things that are a little less volatile than SPX is right now. But you could do them on SPX. Credit 20 anywhere within 1%. Do June 16. Got 1,215 credit. So that's, and then you're spending, total spend is 100,000. Just do like 40 of them. %100 return on risk for next week, but your range, that gives you like a 200 basis point range. Yeah. I don't know if breeding condors is a great business model with $100,000. They need a lot of space to fly around and hunt mice. Yeah, I suppose. Tell that guy to buy ZOM and sell CCs. It's a decent buy-in price right now. It actually isn't bad. Are there any other products with an SPX like tax advantage for people looking for income strategies? Yeah. VIX, NDX, any index future. What's up, Gimal? Instructions unclear. I bought condos instead. Now I've got a bunch of HOA ladies breathing down my neck about the way I decorate my patio. Well, that happens. Oh, you son of a bitch. Hold on. All right. Full port 100K into December, NVIDIA, or SPY pets. Uh, I mean, that's extremely risky. Big risk, but big biscuit. True. Never underestimate how fast JPOW can crank that money printer. When? Just test 4190 already. I want to see some movement. Yeah, it doesn't seem to be happening. Your swim today was pretty mediocre. Again, the watch. If you're going to insist on the watch being present, then, you know, we're going to continue to have issues. Hmm. Has the percentage of your portfolio used to actively trade decreased over time? No. I keep it pretty static. Sounds like we're going to continue to have issues. Probably. Yeah. Will the other market participants ever be as bearish as you? And what are they waiting for? A soft landing? I don't think the other market participants are particularly bullish. I mean, I feel like your estimate of bullishness is based on the fact that we bounced from 4166 to 4186. And that's not bullishness. We've been trading in roughly the same fucking range for 2 months now. Like that's not bullish. That's just flat, right? Gork, 80% of my contracts are in the money. How do I wash this gross feeling off? I don't know. I guess you could buy luxury soaps with the profits. It's an equally preposterous lack of active bearishness with conviction. Yeah, it's dangerous to be bearish. Stocks go up. How did the Fed rate hike prediction on FedWatch go from 71% to 33% in a day? Well, first of all, the FedWatch tool is bullshit. Second of all, who was it today? Jefferson or the other guy? Harker said that maybe they'll pause. Or not pause, skip, but not pause. My estimate of bullishness is trading from 38.85 to 4,200 in the last 2 months. We weren't at 38.85 in the last 2 months. The last time we were at 38.85 was after the banks failed and they pumped a shitload of liquidity into the market. And that was in fucking the beginning of March. From March 31st to May 1st, we moved up to 4,200 and we've basically been there ever since. We've broken a little bit to the upside a couple times, but none of the highs have persisted, and they've all been followed by sell-offs back to the lower levels. $1K shares of UVXY at $3, a good cop. I mean, if you think UVXY is going to go up soon. If 0.5 to 1% yield per week is reasonable on 100K, why is the standard advice you can't beat the market so broadly accepted? As someone newer to options, 25 to 50% annual returns seems crazy. Well, it requires active management, right? And it requires taking risk. Also, people are stupid and they don't want to do either of the two things, right? They don't want to risk their capital, which is understandable. And they definitely don't want to either they don't want to actively manage their money, or they do not know how to actively manage their money. I mean, if you think about it, like if a mutual fund can return 5%, right, on top of fees, you know, you could at least do the same yourself, right? Fees included. So, you know, if you have 2% management fees and you're getting a 4% yield per year, you should be able to do 6% on your own at a bare minimum. So yeah, I mean, if you're willing to take risk, 2% management fees. Jesus Christ, is this Oppenheimer? Hedge funds are higher than that. They have better returns. I mean, a good hedge fund should be what, 15 to 25%. Maybe not in this market, but in a bull market. Well, they're still charging a money management fee, and they're taking a performance based comp, right? So it's both. Both Jefferson and Harker were attempting to communicate that even if they don't raise this meeting, it shouldn't be taken as the top of the rate cycle. They were being hawkish. That's not what the market wanted to hear. The market wanted to hear it as dovish. Interpretation of the data is unfortunately part of the data. No, I mean we're just pumping into the JPM collar. I think most of today's price action is mechanical, and no one really gives a fuck what Hawker or Jefferson said. They're saying that now, before we get CPI and PPI data, right? Which is already indicated to start heating up, right? Has been heating up month over month for a while now. And with PCE now coming in, 6 points above the Fed's expected range, inflation's only going to get hotter, right? That's what inflation does best. Back to DN? GN? I don't know. We'll see what happens with the collar roll. We hit 4190. The puts at 4175 are still on the chain. There's puts at 4195. There's not really a lot of out of the money calls above gamma neutral. I think JPM just rolls whenever the fuck they feel like it, and they don't really care. It's everyone else trying to leverage the collar roll that creates the price action, right? SREF at 1275. Okay. It's having a good day. It's having a very good day. I was more targeting, like, I don't know, 14. At least for near-term positioning. Although it does look to be on track. It's heating up quite fast. Are those longer dated 4175 puts? No, those are 0 DTE. There are longer dated 4175 puts, but not a ton of them. Most of them are just 0 DTEs. Looks like somebody bought more 4190 puts. Oh, okay, yeah, it dropped. Sorry, I wasn't looking at the chart. FTC suing Amazon over Ring doorbell privacy violations. Ooh. Whose privacy was getting violated? SPX 1200C, 3 years to expiry. What mean? What purpose? Well, it's actually kind of a joke, but it's a ROVA play. So it's the effect of rho as a multiplier on like Vega. Right. So if the market crashes, not that there will actually be anybody to buy this contract, but if the market were to crash, this contract would like 30x in value. It's extremely IV sensitive. So it's mostly just a joke. I bought it for fun. It's pretty sensitive to changes in volatility, but there's not enough interest in the strike for it to really be used as like a measure of market. Like you can buy high Vega contracts in order to um get like a real-time estimate of how market makers are pricing volatility, but since there's no interest in that contract, it really doesn't serve that purpose very well. Do the tea leaves suggest any change in trajectory for today's SPX price action? Sure, if the collar rolls, something might happen. I don't think we're going a lot higher than this until after it rolls. We're probably not going a lot lower till after it rolls. The collar rolls today at some point. Today's the expiration date. JPM isn't the market, but they do determine a lot of the ranges we trade in with those three collars. They won't roll during the day though. They'll roll after hours, right? It depends. They can roll at any point. Shenanigans on what? End of day dump? We'll see. The 4175 puts are still there. They're not really closing out very much. A few of them did, but not many. Will VIX be crushed to a low of 16 again? It's possible. What is it, Dork? Step away for 45 minutes, and this is what you guys do. I mean, it seems like you were here for at least the initial breakup, right? Yeah. That's the first post I've sent you in 2 years that you were able to read. Huh. That's odd. Needless to say, I hate asking you such targeted questions, but are there any hope for my SPY 616 410s? It's my last for a good while shot. I mean, I hope so. I have a bunch of SPY 40 like 413s. I think there is. Yeah. I mean, we have the Treasury sale likely coming up. That's gonna impact markets. And then we also have we're gonna well before 616 actually before 616 we're gonna have PPI, CPI, and the Fed decision. So I think there's plenty of opportunity for volatility, and 4100 or 4410 isn't really that far out of reach. And then you assholes bought a fuck ton of calls. I didn't buy any calls. I have calls, but I didn't buy any more. I should have. I should have bought a fuck ton of calls. You're entering longer dated puts here, waiting to see if the color pops for a better entry. I already have longer dated puts. I think I'm pretty well positioned for any move down. I don't think I need to buy. I don't need to average anymore right now. I bought some puts yesterday at 42.30. I can't see any reason to buy more down here. Problem is, what's break even on this 616 SPY 410s? I mean, it can't be that bad, right? What, 408 at worst? They're gonna try for the gap? You think so? Seems like they're pretty far off target. There's also puts at 41.95. So there's like a wall of puts at 41.95. And there's some puts at 4200. But it doesn't look like they're buying any out of the money calls. Like most of the calls seem to be pretty centered around the 4190 strike. Yeah, SRF's having a nice day. If you bought SRF any time between February and now, you're up. So that's cool. You ever quit a day job in spectacular fashion? Oh, yeah. That's the other JPM caller. There's three of them. There's Equity Fund 1, 2, and 3. This is the third one. So my 616 410s are worth 345 today. So you gotta imagine we're still red. They were still red if he's worried. Yeah, I mean, I'd imagine if they were still red, but I'd also imagine he probably bought them significantly at a significantly higher price than 410, right? Given the range we've been trading in recently. I would imagine they weren't bought at 410, so their break even's probably decent. Although he hasn't weighed in on it, so who the fuck knows? No, I've never worked at a Fridays. Gross. I'm actually the AI version of Equity Fund 4. Is that where you give JPM your money and they provide you with like a job? How's futures looking? Like it's retesting the 4,200 level that it failed last night and this morning. There's a lot of resistance, a lot of chop. I think the failure to break higher here is not particularly bullish. We're at resistance. There's really not a lot of call side support to the downside. Like a little bit at 4180, and that's about it. But there's also just not a lot of options interest today at all. Like 0DT interest today is very low. Bill Ackman says Jamie Dimon should run for president in 2024. I've got to show you guys the gamma chart. Ack? Thank you, Full Beef, BGZ, Mr. Flag, Steely Dan, and Lily for spamming the members chats while the stream was down. Very much appreciated. Yeah, I don't know what the fuck happened. That was weird. All my charts are all fucked up now. Piece of shit. Okay. Well. I'll just have to live without them for today. Fuck off, razors. I don't even have a razor device. I'm gonna uninstall that fucking software. Where is it? Get the fuck out of here. Stupid. Yeah, I wanted to show everyone the gamma chart, and then the fucking everything just died. It's really funny looking. And I was like, everyone's gonna think this is hysterical. Well, not really. Alright, now it's working. There we go. Look at this shit. This is all of the SPX gamma for today's expiration. There's only 2 strikes. It's 41.90 and 41.75. Nothing else matters. Fucking ridiculous. God damn it. I gotta reprogram all this shit. Fuck me. I hate it when that happens. Give me a second. Okay. Hmm. I at least need this one right now. This is 17. 1.5. Um, okay. Cool. All right, I got everything set up for now. So sorry, I had to redo all my charts. Oh yeah, I gotta restart Discord audio too, huh? There we go. All right, everything's should be back up and running now. Did you get fucked by TradingView again? Actually no. I think I got fucked by IBKR. My like auto limit sell thing sometimes gets like caught in a loop. Yeah. Can we start the live DDSDD stream as well? No, no. That'll have to wait till tomorrow. $34 minutes ago, I left to get a sandwich and walk the dogs. We were trading at 41.8940. I just got back. We're now trading at 41.8940. Cool. It's pretty awesome. Not gonna lie. Where did the color roll go? Sold calls close first, so then ups. Then sold and bought close back down. So 4,200, 4,170. I mean, okay, so they probably would close the short puts first, right? And those are so far fucking out of the money. It's not going to do anything. Then they would close the long puts, which are also super fucking far out of the money and worthless. Then they would close the sold calls last. Closing of the sold calls could, deleverage, whatever's being hedged at that level, which I'd imagine isn't very much at this point, but it could deleverage it, right? But then they're immediately going to sell more calls, buy more puts, and sell more puts. So theoretically, the effect should be that the new, like any hedging at the money would be pulled away, and then all of the new hedging would be 5% out of the money, right? I'm sure if you share the auto sell thing with the community, we can debug it for you. So I actually would, but the guy who made it for me, I will respect his right to not have it shared publicly. Even though I don't think it's worth anything. he's uh he's convinced it is. Are we allowed to whine yet? Yeah, if you want to, I don't care. Vic's going up. Ooh. Hello. I really hope the minimal call support here at 4180 just fails. Because fuck it. Futures got rejected pretty hard right there. That was a nice sell off. Now, if that could continue, that'd be fantastic. Well, there was a reason I kept buying more puts, dork. A billion gamma just fell off of 4190. Well, there you go. So now the only options left on the chain are at 4170. Nice. I mean, he's not wrong. Well, 4170 interest just skyrocketed. Looks like 4200, 4205 calls, and 4180, 4195 calls all got stopped out. Probably a decent number. I don't think they've rolled the collar actually. I think that just stopped out a shitload of calls. Just by the by. I feel like that should be noted. Good. Fuck the Bulls. Okay. Yeah. Puts at 4170. I mean, there's some calls there too, but that's not what's increasing. $41.75 too. We could break down from 41.75. There's like on the further dated expirations, there's plenty of put interest. Although at like 41.50 is piled up pretty nicely. I don't know if there's enough interest. No, actually, there probably is. There's probably enough interest to the downside for us to fall below 41.50. Or, well, 241.50. I don't know if we'd fall below it, but 241.50 is not completely out of the question. It's a decent amount of interest kind of all the way down. 41.55 is picking up a little bit too. Longer dated, but do we have enough time? That's a good question. I'm not sure if I have an answer for that. I guess we'll see if we bounce here or if futures sells off really hard again. What's it called when you sell in the money covered calls and use the premium to buy puts at 90 and then buy more shares with the profits? Is it called winning? It's a covered synthetic short. And then yeah, it is winning. As long as you're right. Because you're getting double delta leverage to the downside. So you could literally just buy the difference in shares if you want to keep accumulating positions. Would JPM use zero DTs to hedge the sold calls on the rolled day, knowing that other participants will pump, then dump? Then their dump of those calls gives the opportunity to roll while out of the money. Sure. Yeah. That's absolutely possible. Hashtag ZOM130. You're gonna need a commodity super cycle, but don't forget that oil's at $70 a barrel or $60 a barrel right now. 69. Double downward delta is my favorite yoga position. Would JPM use zero DTs to hedge the sold calls on roll day, knowing other participants will pump? Then they're okay. We already went over that. What's it called when you only wanted a farm? We're told explicitly not to bet the farm, and now cannot get the farm. Hmm. You could maybe like get an herb garden. Yeah, I don't think this bounce here is super bullish. VIX isn't really breaking down much on it. Kind of makes me just think like some put capitulation here driving this, but maybe not. I don't know. I don't trust it. Mm. $55. Two. Okay, someone sold me one. That was nice. Okay. Someone's buying 4190s again. I guess they didn't expect the futures sell-off. But what if futures just sells off even more? Why do they keep buying the fucking 4190s? What if they're sold? Okay. I don't think they are, but okay. Futures dumped really hard right there, right? Like that was a big fucking sell-off. So risky trying to pump right back into the same resistance, because if another block of sellers comes in, then all the fucking zero DTE calls you just bought get destroyed. You're coming for my 4190 BCPs? You greedy son of a bitch. I sold 130 target puts for Friday? Am I bored or stupid? That doesn't seem... I mean, it's not a terrible price. I bought Target the last time it fell in this range. I just ended up getting assigned on CCs. Like, I don't think it's going to lose a lot of value really quickly unless the market tanks. Who are you maining in SF6? I don't know yet. I've really only played Ryu. Which way is the House gonna vote, Gork? I don't know. I don't think they're gonna have an issue getting the debt ceiling passed. Frankly, I just don't. It doesn't seem like it's a problem, regardless of the brinkmanship. I think it just gets passed because the risk of not passing it is extreme. Yeah, but my house doesn't vote. It's an inanimate object. Can I SLD into your DMs? Ugh. No. I'm gonna make an iron kitty. It's got 4 legs and a wild wiggling tail that swipes wildly out of the money. NASA's UFO research team to brief the public on Wednesday at 10:30 a.m. You playing D4 this weekend? Playing it tomorrow, right? What if we have Russian sleeper agents in the house, like FX's The Americans? Well, they wouldn't have voted to suspend the purchase of Russian exports. What's the ticker for the Pentagon and how do I buy calls? It's LMT? Did you just say D4 stream after market close tomorrow? I didn't not say that. Can we stop calling it brinkmanship? It gives it a fancy sound to something that no more than schoolyard gang mentality tactics by a bunch of loudmouth nobodies. But that's literally the definition of what it is. Did you enjoy all the white we made in Discord last night? It was lovely. Go find a map of all UFO sightings. 99.9% of those are in the US. We're either crazy or seeing experimental aircraft. Why not both? Pi-Fi bought 130 target puts at the beginning of the day based on Bud's fall the last month. What do you think? I mean, the market's trending down. Target's pretty index exposed. It may not matter what your underlying thesis is. Crazy is seeing experimental aircraft. It doesn't seem that far-fetched. I don't care. I don't care what party he votes for. I understand the thesis. Therefore believes all companies that do something good are doomed to fail. I mean, I don't know if you can define Target doing anything that sells merchandise as good, right? They're just targeting demographics, right? In order to improve sales. So I don't really think they're. I mean, sure they can try to say they're doing something good, but I don't think they care, right? I mean, corporations don't operate on that logic. So what if we got contacted by aliens, but all they wanted to see is if we wanted to buy a set of Cutco knives? Well, then we really know there's nothing greater out there, dork. So when I roll my BCS up and out one DTE, does that mean I do not make money anymore? But I limit my risk? Well, it depends. I mean, how far you roll it out and up. Like, you could still maintain net credit on the position. Just because you're paranoid doesn't mean they're not sending UFOs to spy on you. Por qué no los dos? I like the way this looks. Continued failure of the 4180 level here would be fantastic. And 4175 puts are increasing again. They really like buying that level. Why is that so psychologically important? The last time we traded down in this range, 4180 was a much more important resistance. I've never been harassed in a Target, even when buying clothes, and wouldn't expect it the same way as I would if I ever went into a Walmart, for example. No, I agree. The whole thing's fucking stupid. I had to put money up for the rollout. All good though, to be honest. I had BCS at 4180, 190, but rolled the 4180s because I wasn't going to take a chance on major downside saving me. Fair enough. I think some big fat market maker. Is the Zom guy a troll or a shill? Trolling. Definitely trolling. I think some big fat market maker or some other rich asshole really wants XPX at either of those two prices for some strange portfolio related reason. Yeah, I guess. Looks like the 4180 has been tested several times in the past month, so maybe not as important anymore. Well, so a little less as futures pricing contracts, but you know, it's still 4190 on futures, right? So it's not 4200 anymore, which is relevant, right? Because that's a really important psychological level on futures. Now it's like 4190 on futures, but it's still relevant. It's where the like 1.25 standard deviation is on futures, like at the price we're currently trading. Will Zom hit 130 if we get a major SPX pullback? Or does he actually need a commodity super cycle? He probably needs a commodity super cycle. Or like BRICS doesn't give the US oil anymore. Something along those lines. Large devaluation in the dollar, spiking like import oil prices would do it too. There's actually a few outcomes where Zom could rocket. Probably more outcomes where Zom moves up strongly than moves down, but I mean there is some risk that the global oil industry stays fairly flat, and you know we see the standard seasonal demand, but nothing beyond that. Like OPEC cutting production, yeah, OPEC cutting production would help, but they have to cut it so much, right? They have to cut it so much they're going to trigger like a political response, which they don't want to do. They just want to raise the price. Like they don't want to sell oil at 68 a barrel. They want to sell it at 75. Gork, stop! My Boyle shares are already down. Stop being bearish on commodities. I'm not. I'm long. I'm long like energy and utilities all over the place. Does Ukraine attacking Russian oil depots help that? I mean, yeah, to some degree. Does anyone have any thoughts on AI earnings tonight? No, I thought they were last night. I don't think that company actually does anything. Nvidia's down one Mitsubishi Motors from today's high. Can we make that the official measurement for Nvidia? Like down 2.5x Mitsubishi Motors? That'd be cool. I have some 380 and 350 puts that I bought, but not very many of them. So those are enjoying the short term drop. But don't forget there's T plus 5 there. There's still potential for it to like move up hard at least one more time from its post earnings pump. I just want an oceanic natural gas pipeline to be sabotaged by some mysterious entity and have it not be investigated further because it was done by the USA. Is that so much to ask? That's a lot. Thoughts on swinging one DTE 416 puts? That's not really a swing play. I'll take a Russian missile landing in Poland. That may not have the same desired effect twice, right? I don't know if we have enough time left in, like, I don't know if there's enough time left in the day for us to drop significantly more. I don't think anybody wants a nuke to land in Poland. That's not, I don't care how many puts I have. Like, that's bad. Have you opened up any more GME CCs this week? I sold some yesterday at 25 again, but just for this Friday. So short dated. I'm probably gonna have to pull the ones I have out back. I mean, I don't need to pull them back right now, but I'll probably have to pull them back because earnings is earlier than the 16th. I want Russian nukes to be found in Turkey and Iran. Is that so much to ask? Turkey would be kind of crazy because they're part of NATO. Why would they already have nukes, don't they? Why would they need new nukes from Russia? There's so many questions there. The 7th? I just want NVIDIA to come out and say their AI isn't intelligent. They don't make AI. They just make like tools that help create AI on, their hardware. Or like help train generative AI. Like the Cuban Missile Crisis. If Turkey got a hold of a nuke, I wouldn't be scared. The lira's kind of fucked right now. Thanks, Pterodactyl. I just want an unknown distant relative to give me their fortune and a will. Is that so much to ask? I mean, no, I guess. Do you have any unknown relatives that are wealthy? What is the significance of Gamma Max? Is that where the price is drawn to? No. That's the point at which the highest gamma on the chain exists. What made Nvidia go down 460 BPS today? And why was it because RC bought shares of it at 419.38? Wait, did RC buy? You're that's bullshit, right? You're fucking with me? I had an expired Cuban sandwich crisis once. That actually sounds frightening. Is gamma max where the acceleration of hedging falls off? Yes. Well, begins to fall off. AI researchers are warning about the need for regulation. I think they're just pumping their stock. I don't think generative AI poses any significant dangers to humanity. That's a good ratio, Baradactyl. Also, the stream died a couple times today. Is gamma neutral where the price is drawn to? The market maker will generally hedge towards. Yeah, I mean it has a much stronger draw. Delta and gamma neutral, depending on distance from expiration. $41.80 is a fortress. It's really being a bit of a bitch. Yeah, I guess that would be my biggest concern for today is that we just don't have enough time for more downside to be realized. Although I guess Charm's gonna fall off more at the call strike than it is the put strike, and 41.75s are still kind of increasing. So maybe. Ah. And 41.90s are increasing. It's really just going back and forth here at 41.80. Buying some 40-minute puts? Yeah. Just for fun. It's like $1,000 or something. What ratio of mayo to mustard is ideal for a Cuban sandwich? Do you put mayo on a Cubano? I don't think you do. If a president showered in cash by big oil wins and comes in and announces the US is restarting oil production, Russia's going back to the Stone Age, and they will pull in others into the war. Yeah, Is Ivy Crush a huge risk on AI earnings if I straddle? No. It presents some risk, but as long as you get a sufficient move and the option on your winning leg is pushed far enough into the money, it shouldn't matter. The danger of straddling is that Ivy crushes and price just kind of stagnates. Implied move is like 28%. Yeah, that's pretty big. $325 right now. That's interesting. Maybe the 4175 play is just for the charm? Like, keep the 4190 calls out of the money. Charm decays, 4190s fall off. 4175s get a fat print. 4180 put interest is picking up too, though. Just kind of a little higher. Markets are so dumb sometimes. I want SPX 3800. Me too. Why does the Hoarder show mostly have people from Florida on it? That's a nuanced answer that I would have to provide. Florida's weird, and weird people seem to be drawn there. I mean, if the U.S. starts exporting oil, oil per barrel is gonna nosedive. I see why bear call spreads won't work on AI. Jesus Christ. The price per barrel, Daniel. I have a theory that there are a similar ratio of hoarders in Nebraska and South Dakota, but no one wants to go there to film. That's true. You also have to travel more distance between each hoarder. I guess we could shrink the barrels. Get the price back up. Mate, why not? create an entire new barrel making industry too while we're at it. PPB and J. Don't oil futures contracts have a requirement for barrels of a certain volume? Yeah, I think it's 42 gallons. And then each contract's 1,000 barrels. I might be wrong, but I think that's right. If AI is self-aware enough and sophisticated enough to obliterate bear call spreads, how long before it's replacing trading desk associates at BlackRock? I mean, that's a pretty fucking low bar, so probably pretty soon. I don't think you should be aging whiskey in oil barrels. My last name is Cooper, so I'm kind of an expert on barrel making. Ha! Instead of shrinking them, you just switch to metric. Liters are cheaper than gallons. You should just only trade in hogsheads. 28 minutes left. This is the worst. That's pretty boring. Interesting. 2 hogsheads equals a buttload. Is that accurate? Does the contract price include shipping to my house? No. If we have long dated puts, should I just buy shorter dated calls for overnight hedges to the debt ceiling vote? Yeah, you can do that. That's one way of hedging your position. Early MOC imbalance, 2.3 billion sell side. Okay. See if that materializes. Looks like they're finding some buyers. The issuance of the new debt by the Treasury should push yields higher, right? Yes. And then if JPOW hikes, they go a bit bananas. Yeah. Making sure I understand the situation properly. Sounds like it. Is this push up because the 4190s are closing? Well, most of the 4190s are the collar, but maybe. We'll see if they sell off. Thoughts on debt ceiling decision? Are bullish or bearish? I mean, it doesn't matter what the outcome is. It's bearish in the short to medium term. But if no decision is made, it's super fucking bearish. If a decision has come to, then it's bearish, but it's over, you know, the next few weeks as the Treasury issues securities. Only for walk-in and only when porked in the butt. Approximately how much does shipping cost if someone will actually take delivery of the commodity? Oil, nat gas, I don't know, however, depends on your distance from the port. Nat gas would be coming from like Henry Hub. I forget where oil comes in. But yeah, you have to pay to have it brought to you wherever you're at, or you have to go get it yourself. No, the trading in VR thing creeps me out. I'm gonna buy a put for a straddle. I'm contemplating it, especially with puts for end of week. Well, I'm about to end up in a strangle here if we close at like 4190 because I already have 4200 calls. A buttload is 126 gallons. Okay. And is a hogshead half of that? 63. I can't imagine that's correct. MOC imbalance is 2.3 billion sell side. Is that a lot? Eh, it's it's not huge. It means there's like an excess of sells and not enough buyers. And then the imbalance there is $2.3 billion. I already have the 4,200 calls. I had them from last night's straddle. Yeah, it could have, there could be an initial bullish reaction. We could still see like a pump to capture any like out of the money calls that are still on the chain. So yeah, I mean, I think it's still worth it to have an upside hedge. It's so annoying that we're gonna close right at 4190. I know. I mean, the imbalance can generally the imbalance is resolved at the closing auction, but it can start to resolve before the closing auction. Okay, so the difference between a straddle and a strangle. Yeah, straddles are two put in a call at the same strike, usually at the money, but they don't have to be. And then a strangle is out of the money, put in a call. One has better volatility exposure. The other has better exposure to like large directional moves and less exposure to like volatility. Is it bad that I hope we get a technical default? Kind of, yeah. I mean, that millions of people out of work, right? Running was invented in 1879 by Thomas Running, who tried walking twice at the same time. I want to get why they would risk to let 4190Cs and their 4175Ps expire out of the money. Are they mostly sold, or is it just hard to push the price over either strike? Yeah, we're definitely really range bound today. So, I mean, they did push for 4170 earlier, but they only managed to get it down to 4180 before it started to recover. If they'd broken down through the 4180 strike earlier, it probably would have dropped harder, but they failed to facilitate that. Yeah, but 30x zero DTEs. Yeah, but they're like zero DTEs. Like it's cool when you make money on them, but they're just like scratch off tickets at this point. Tom Lee during a technical default. Come on, guys, they're just gonna miss a couple payments. It won't be that bad. I'm maintaining my 4,700 price target for the end of the year. Are government workers real people? I say this as a part-time government worker. I don't know. I know they exist. So at least the concept of a government employee is valid. There's so much gamma at 4190, it's got to get there. Yeah, but most of it's sold. Does it sound crazy that I want no part of overreacting tomorrow? I'm on a straddle. I'm on a straddle. So I think I might just wait till the AM and intraday straddle or play momentum only. I mean, I think the reaction will probably be overnight, right? If the vote's going to be in by like 6 p.m. today or whatever, the final vote. State government quote unquote worker here, but use the term worker lightly. I'm here all day, 3 times a week. Prediction for tomorrow's close for fun? Um, hmm. Well, if the debt ceiling bill doesn't get passed, um, who knows? Low, right? Could be very low if we get a credit downgrade. Let's assume that it does. we could close tomorrow sub 4150, provided we stay below gamma neutral at close today. I don't think that's ridiculous. Huge buy volume into 4190. Yeah, that's there. I don't think the vote tonight is guaranteed to pass. I mean, it's not guaranteed, but it's extremely likely. Did the 4190s roll? No, it doesn't appear that they have. Although some of them are closing. Are we playing Guess the TGA today? You can if you want to. I'm going to say 52 billion. 45? Damn. All right. Did you straddle yet? No. If this breaks up to 4,200, I can just buy 4,200 puts, right? And that would be super awesome. Failed. I guess 4190, 4200's fine. Like, there's no way we just stay locked in this range tomorrow. It's gonna move. I'm gonna guess 40.25. All right, very specific. 38, 33. I don't remember what I said now. Did I say 54, 42? $1? I mean, it should be pretty it actually should be pretty low. Right, this was the initial X date. What if they pass it and Yellen just announces that they're defaulting anyway? $20 in Cole's cash and $2 billion bucks. All right. Was the movie Monsters Inc. an allegory about the perils of capitalism? Maybe. Well, it would kind of just be funny. NVIDIA said they may use Intel chips made in US factories. Okay. Apple dumping, says SPX. We don't have a final vote till 6. MOC imbalance 6.4 billion sell side. Bearish. VIX ticking up. 8 minutes left. A lot of uncertainty going into close tonight. Damn good reason to sell off. Sell off hard. Ooh, puts picking back up again. Oh no. 41.90, still a resistance on futures, once again. Just crush it. VIX positive for the day. Let's go. Ooh. Five minutes left? Not rigged at all. This is my 41.70, 5 minutes to expiration. Safe. And 41.75 puts are skyrocketing again. So are 41.80 and 41.85. VIX positive on the day now. I feel like $10 isn't that big of a move. Ah, lame. Can you show C-SPAN? Um... Ding ding. The day is done. VIX one last tick up before close. Let's... The yays are up by 2 votes. Is the voting not over yet? They need what? 218 to pass? TGA 37 billion. Okay. Thank you, Siri. How the fuck is that enough to cover tomorrow? Tomorrow's the like government payroll, right? And social security benefits. I guess 38 billion. What do I win? Maybe a government default. We'll see in a second. Well, hold on. Yeah, there was a lot of volume on futures at close there. This isn't the actual vote on the bill. Yes, it is, isn't it? Rule governing for floor debate later tonight. Oh, so when's the actual bill vote? I don't care about that. Show yes. It's supposed 8:30 p.m. Oh, okay. So I'm not gonna hang out for that. I mean, I know they need some Democratic backing to pass it, but I don't think it's in any danger of not being passed. No, but I might get like I might sell a few contracts on futures here. Maybe if it moves back up to like the 1.25, I'll enter a couple. How will they do payroll? Even if it gets passed tonight, the ceiling won't be raised until tomorrow night at the earliest. I mean, Yellen said she had till the 5th, so. Although it doesn't sound like she's got a lot of money. SPX below 4180. Yeah. SPX closed 4179.87. If you listen closely, you can hear Yellen breathing heavily. All right. Well, I guess we'll see what happens. And you know, we'll discuss whatever outcome over on the Discord after the stream. Thank you guys so much for tuning in. I hope everyone has a great night, and I'll see you tomorrow. Later, guys.